Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. I just finished filling out all the paperwork for my pension as I'm about to turn 65 in a couple months. But I'm not sure it's completely finished yet because they talk about a few things which I don't see. So I think I'm going to have to call and find out to make sure everything is complete, because if it's not, then I won't get the pension. Not that I'm going to get to keep it anyhow, because it goes to my housing. If I get assisted living, it'll go there along with my Medicaid. So, how much of it I get to keep is still up in the air. I don't know. I know my dad in the nursing home only gets to keep $50 a month, and he's supposed to be like buy clothes, do haircuts and stuff. Like $50 a month, really? And I know I have to buy a lot more things than he has to, because they don't provide things, like your shampoo and health and beauty aids and stuff like that. As far as I know, they provide cleaning uh, stuff because, housekeeping. And so as far as I know, that is, provided. I don't have to buy all that stuff. And if I want any snacks or whatever, there's like a kitchenette in there. It's a nice little kitchenette with a freezer as well as a refrigerator and a microwave that they provide. So, besides the fact that they provide meals there. So, like if you wanted something, maybe you don't like what's on the menu, or you want something special, like you want some ice cream or whatever, you got a little freezer to keep it in. Stuff like that. I don't know all the details yet, as well as I don't know yet whether or not I got it. It looks good and it sounded good from talking to her yesterday. The fact that I've gotten to the point of having the personal interviews. So, I've gotten further along in the progress than a lot of people have. So, we'll see. I don't know. I wrote a bunch of blog posts earlier, so I don't have them to do during the stream. I might end up either reading about outlines again or work on one. I got the developmental edits back for my memoir, which are a little complicated. Not as simple as I would have liked, but I can start working on them. But as she said, a lot of things are missing, like, my feelings and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I didn't want all that in there because I didn't want anybody in my family reading that. So it's kind of, I guess you could say, a fairy tale, since it's all, nice and perfect and life was grand, and it really wasn't. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. My days are a little confused because of all these daytime streams I've been doing. It's like, I gotta remember to stream tonight. And silly me, I put the crock pot on with dinner. I turned the crock pot on. However, I didn't plug it in. So I go back and check it. I'm like, why is this not working? Oh no. So dinner will be delayed because it wasn't plugged in. Not too smart. I don't do things smart sometimes. I wonder about where my mind is. So I was talking about I got the developmental edits back for my memoir, and it's a lot of work. And when she wanted, my feelings, she says, you really need to put some more feelings and stuff in here. And I'm like, no, I don't really want to do that. So I kind of wrote a fairy tale. I mean, stuff happened, but I left out the bad stuff. I didn't write the bad stuff. So I have to decide whether I want to write the bad stuff or just leave it the way it is. I haven't decided yet. Though I think maybe writing all that bad stuff out might help some of the problems I'm going through right now. So it's a project I might work on. It just may never see the light of day. A project for me only. So are you still writing chapter 5, Greg? Maybe you wrote your memoir as some type of therapy and get it out of your system rather than a novel or similar story. Well, I kind of wrote the memoir, but it needs to be like she said, I need to put my feelings in there, and I avoided all of that. And that would have been the therapy, is actually writing what really happened, which I may be doing, but it may not end up seeing the light of day. What's up there, I might make some minor changes so she suggested, but I may not get into actually posting the whole story, because my family might get a tad upset. So I have to think about that. But it would help me to get it out of my system, to write it all out. Beck says maybe your proofreader needs to know that and judge things accordingly. Oh, she knows now. She knows now. I kind of dumped a whole bunch of stuff on her. So, yes, she understands. Yesterday, you wrote over 1,000 words in chapter 5. Today, I reread and edited the first half of the chapter. Cool. I made good progress during the stream, Elizabeth writes. I've been on her stream before. I actually didn't join the stream today. I wrote on my own. I thought about it, and then I just decided to write on my own. They got more work done than, being interrupted by conversation. Greg says they need to work on the second half of chapter 5. I hope to be done with it sometime during the next week. I'm still hoping to be able to read it, so. So right now, I do have a few things to do, but I would like to read it. So, when you're ready, send it on over. I'm really mad about not putting the crock pot on because I'm hungry. I have to wait for it to cook. That was stupid. I do stupid things. Just noticed that you put part of your banner in the overlay. Funky did this for me. He designed it. He took the banner, took it apart, used parts of it, and then he created a new one to fit. And it fits perfectly. So, yeah. It's really neat. I love it. Funky did it pretty fast, too. Does it affect your blood sugar when you cannot eat on time? I haven't figured out exactly what is affecting my blood sugar, but I will have to take my blood sugar and I will have to adjust my insulin in order to, like, sometimes it's nice and even, it stays that way, and other times it goes like this because there's a graph on my monitor, glucose monitor, and it goes like this. I'm like, what is that? Why is that? I didn't eat anything, so why is it doing that? And then all of a sudden it'll be nice and straight, and then it may drop down and do a couple up and down spikes downward. I'm like, I don't know, and they can't figure out exactly what is going on. And I am tired of calling because I don't see how you fix something like that. It does what it wants to do. Are the books in your banner part of your actual bookcase? Actually, no. I'm not sure if I didn't look closely at my banner on my website. I mean, on my YouTube. But they were created originally on there by someone. And I don't know if it's exactly the same or if he did anything to it. Didn't really look closely at it. But the person who made the banner on my website put my face and added the books to the background because I had a picture of just my face. And they were able to put the background of books there. I thought that was pretty cool. So he took part of that, and I got my logo on here, which is good, So, and the important stuff is over here. My website and my Instagram, which is mainly what I use. Everything fits really good on. You have the regular chat on. Well, the overlay's on because I never turned it off. The captions go down in the bottom. So the only difference that might be a problem is if I was to have a bunch of guests, then I may have, a thing. So, well, if I have to, I can create another overlay if that's going to be, but how often do I have people on here? Not very often. So I don't have big parties like Charlie does. So I'm probably okay with it the way it is. Well, I don't really have a bookcase. I have a couple bookcases, but they don't really have books in them. They have everything but books in them. There's a couple books. I got rid of most of my books. I don't have too many books. I can't take them with me, so it's just as well that I got rid of most of them already. My foot hurts. Physical therapy is really beating my poor foot up. And I've got 3 or more weeks left. Actually, she gave me 5 weeks of appointments. It's more than, and I've already done like 3 weeks. I thought I was only doing 4. Then she said 6, but she gave me 8. I have to call the doctor anyhow, find out, because my ankle is really bothering me. And I didn't have an ankle problem. I had a broken foot. And they said, well, they have to try to build up the ankle to support the foot. And it's really hurting my ankle. So I have to call the doctor and see if I need to go in, how many more weeks of physical therapy do I really need. But when I left, I could barely walk on it. I mean, it's getting better since I've been sitting here. But I had to leave and walk on it, and I had a hard time. It really hurt. All right. So, looks like we both have some stuff we can do. So, let's start a stream. At 25 minutes. Starting at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I'm going to mute myself. Sometimes I forget. I'm going to mute myself. So when I'm talking to myself, you don't have to listen to me. And I will see you. Is it time to... Is that run? I'm trying to read. Is it time to run? No, it's time. Oh, sprint. Yes, I started the timer already. It's time to sprint. That's cute. So yes, it's time to sprint. So we are sprinting. See, that fits perfectly right there. Doesn't affect the timer. Like it. Okay. I will see you in 23 minutes. Hi, Melanie. Hope to see you later. Enjoy your dinner. I'm trying to eat mine. I made dinner. Put it in the crock pot. I forgot to turn it on. I turned the crock pot on, but I forgot to plug it in. Not the smartest. Not the smartest what? It's one of those stupid sayings. Not the smartest. I don't know. Wasn't too smart. Let's put it that way. Okay. So I created 2 documents. One is the memoir as it stands now, along with the suggestions for that one. And another document where I'm going to redo it and make it more real to life and not a fairy tale. Because essentially what I wrote was a fairy tale the first time. I didn't really put any feeling or anything into it. I just put all the good stuff in. Didn't want to put the bad stuff in. But whether it eventually gets displayed, I don't know. But right now, I have a document to work on it. And I kind of like that one title I gave Melanie last night. And I started to write a small piece of it, adding real feelings and whatnot into what really happened. So I do have a little bit of something started. And then I started watching a video about the worldwide write-a-thon, and they're getting ready to start setting that up for October. So I started watching that. Greg says, didn't do much. This was only a warm-up. Went to bathroom and a little bit of research. Who told you put the emotion into your memoir? Was it Melanie? Yes, Melanie is an editor. So, as part of the developmental edits, there are suggestions that I need to put some more emotion into it. But, like I said, it isn't exactly what happened. It is a fairy tale version of what happened. To make everybody happy, everybody's happy, when that isn't really what happened. But I don't know if I will ever post it. But I am going to work my way through it to try to work my way through my feelings and what went on in my life. Well, it at the moment is not going to have much emotion in it. What's on there is staying at the moment. Whether I decide later on I want to post emotion, it's more for me to try and work out my feelings. So, because they really screwed my life up. So, I have some simple changes to make to the one that's currently on the blog, and it might be the one that stays on the blog. When she had some valid points about some things that I didn't think about, kind of have to think about the title She had a valid point about that, too. But I did come up with a pretty good title for the one that's about the real episode in my life. So we'll see what I decide to do. I don't know what I want to do. I'm getting hot now because I'm eating hot chili. I can't even hold the bowl, it's so hot. Let it cool some so I can eat it. I'm trying to clean out my refrigerator and freezer because there's not going to be room to take all this stuff with me. So gotta clean some of it out. So I had just enough cans to make chili with and one package of meat to make chili with. So that works perfectly. Throw it in the crock pot. Just helps to turn on the crock pot. Yeah, finally cooked. At least it's cooked enough as far as I'm concerned. Nothing fancy. The meat was already cooked. They just warmed it over, threw it in the crock pot, opened 2 cans, the beans and the tomatoes, dumped them in, put in the chili powder. Simple. I just forgot one little thing, to plug this stupid crock pot in. And now it's too hot. And I ate a little bit of it, but my mouth was burning. Interesting. My aide has been here. She had the one day off because she had a doctor appointment, and I was half afraid she wouldn't show up this morning. But she was here. And she's coming back tomorrow. So, looks like finally I got an aide. And she doesn't mind working. Just another problem I had with the aides. They didn't want to do anything. So, she doesn't know. She may have heard part of my conversation about the possible move to assisted living because I don't want to tell them yet. Because I don't want them saying, well, we're going to take the aide away because you're not planning on, needing her permanently. So I was trying to have a conversation without saying it out loud. Usually I put my phone on speaker and let my daughter, I was talking to my daughter, because I can't hear very well, but I decided not to do that. So she only heard parts of mine, and I tried to keep it as simple as possible so she wouldn't know what I was talking about. So I'm surprised. That's a piece of hair. Lovely. My hair's falling out like crazy. It isn't funny. I know it's my hair. I'm the only one here, and I'm the only one who cooked it, so it has to be my hair. Man, is that sucker still hot. So let it cool down some more. Okay, so You didn't really do anything much that time. So we need to do another one. So we will start our second sprint. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Excuse me. And I'm going to mute myself since chili's making me burp. You don't need to listen to that. Hey, you two, you talking about me? I'm glad you're back, Melanie. So I put a document together for the original and to work on some of the suggestions that I feel I can do. And then I put a document together for the one that I'm going to work on that's not a fairy tale. That's real. And I'm fine, Greg. Don't worry about it. Like she said, we had a good discussion about it. I was surprised at how much it upset me, but you never know. You never know when those things are going to happen. I went to try and let my psychiatrist know that I'm, like my current situation and what I have to, plan on doing. But I have to wait until I move because I don't want to start something here and then have to go looking for another doctor and therapist and all that stuff. And she's on vacation again. Like 2 vacations in 1 month. So she took, well, I guess it was part of last month too. 2 weeks. It was around 2 weeks. Small time she was here. And then she's gone again. And she won't be back until after the 24th. So she won't even see it for who knows how many tons of emails she'll have to go through before she gets to mine. But I wanted to let her know that though I'm not feeling as depressed, I'm having more manic phases, and that's problematic. So, excuse me. The chili is, I made chili, and it's not happy. My stomach is not happy with it. So, I have to be more aware of the manic phases. They're not serious ones so far, and they're not long-lasting ones so far, so I'm not worried too much about it right now. Because I can get more done when I'm manic. Like, I only had 4 hours of sleep last night. And I was busy writing and making sense. And so, mania can be a good thing, but it has its bad parts. I have to stay off of Amazon. If I get on Amazon, I'm in trouble. I don't know when to stop. Oh, God. And there's a few books I want to order. But the few books tends to turn into a lot more than a few. Or I'll think of something else I want, and it's like, you can't be buying this stuff. So you're done work now, Melanie? Did you eat? I was watching the Worldwide Write-a-thon that's coming up in October. Things have changed so much with that it's really weird. I don't even want to be a host because the hosts have a lot of responsibilities now. I don't mind being a co-host, but I don't want to be a host. I'm fine. I'm having a problem with my dinner. And it's not setting too well. It's chilly, so, sometimes it doesn't sit too well. I was trying to clean out my freezer and get rid of the food that's in there. Yeah, I was wondering if you were still here or not. Chipotle. That's what Laura was waiting for yesterday. Did they have eclairs there? But she had this big box of eclairs and she was eating at least 3 of them. After so little sleep and no napping today, I was too tired to cook. Well, I had the same amount of sleep. And I am wide awake, no nap. So I am in a manic phase right now where I don't need to sleep. Hopefully tonight I'll be able to sleep. Because it will eventually hit me one day and then I'll just sleep for 24 hours. It'll be knocking on the door and I'll just ignore. But hey, I've gone 2 days in a row with no napping, so that's cool. Me too. I'm surprised I'm still awake and functioning. Okay. That was sprint number 2. I wouldn't call it totally productive. I watched the video on the Worldwide Write-a-thon and how complicated they're making everything. Melanie says tomorrow's probably gonna be rough. The phones have been fairly quiet, but a lot of people take off on Friday. So yeah, might need to try to sleep before 4 a.m. preferably. I went to bed just after 12 and I was awake at 4 and I laid there. I said, please go back to sleep. You had it till 6 o'clock. And it's only been 4 hours of sleep. And I laid there for an hour. And I said, this is ridiculous. So I got up at 5 o'clock. Because I said, this just laying here isn't doing me any good. And I haven't had any naps either the last couple of days. So I'm hoping that tonight I can sleep. But if I'm too manic, I won't sleep. That's just the way it works. Your first call today was over an hour because the darn agent wouldn't let me call her back. She waited on hold multiple times, sometimes for up to 7 minutes. I had one. It was 4 hours long. It went through my break. It went through my lunch. And they told me I wasn't allowed to go I had to stay on the phones. I said, oh no, I don't care what you say. I didn't get a break, and I didn't get lunch, and I am getting off this phone. I was on the phone for 4 friggin' hours, arguing first with the first person, and then the boyfriend got on and started with the same crap the girl started with. And I said, no. They got really mad at me. I said, I'm sorry. I'm going on break. I am entitled to a break. And I'm taking lunch as well. Because I sat here on the phone for 4 hours. And a 3-hour call when I was licensed commercial auto agent. It was a Spanish call too. Went past my break. Past my lunch. I had to message a friend to grab me a soda from the fridge. Sometimes they're ridiculous. Greg says, well, just 10 words, but got a sandwich and did more research. That's good. Productive. Sometimes research is a necessary item. And then he hung up with me because he didn't understand why he needed comp and collision when his work vehicle was being financed. Some people are idiots. Melanie said, that sounds productive to me, Greg. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I did a lot of research for all those little short stories I was writing that I was hoping to make into, books. I mean, I was planning weddings and all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's like, I don't know anything about it, so I just kept on researching them and trying to plan and, get an idea together for them, for the story. And now I'm not sure how I'm going to handle all that, or if I'm going to write them. But they made nice stories on my blog, so if nothing else, I did that. I did not catch all of that conversation, but I don't think I would stay on the phone 3 hours for anybody. When it's your job, you stay on the phone. My longest one was 4 hours. She was on the phone for 3 hours, and you don't get a choice. You have unless you're going to quit your job, you have no choice. Oftentimes I try to call during the last hour of the working day, but usually you get through faster that way. Yeah, and it makes the person have to stay afterwards to handle your call. You know how many people I would get that would call 1 minute before my shift ended, and I had to pick up that phone or I was in trouble? And then I got stuck on a long call and I had to work overtime. I hated that. Melanie says, have to go. Oh, wait a minute. I missed something. I literally had my coworkers telling me to put the guy on hold so I could go to the bathroom. Oh, yeah, that was the other problem. But I was like, no, I can't do that. It got to the point that by the time I was done, he didn't even have to go. Melanie says to Greg, yeah, that's true. So long as it's not within the last 10 minutes and keep the person past their shift. Well, that's what I was just saying, yeah. I hated people that did that. All right, food's here. Good. Greg says, no, during the last hour, not 10 minutes before the end. Yeah, but you don't know when the person you're calling is going off shift. So you could be calling in the last hour, in the last few minutes of their shift. And if you have a really long call, they have to stay and complete it. It doesn't matter because there were 24-hour call centers. And people are always going on and off shift. So if you happen to catch somebody, we had to answer the phone. As long as it was, a minute or so left, we had to answer the phone. And we would get caught up in a long, involved phone call and have to stay till it was taken care of. That's one thing people that call don't necessarily know. that the person that they're talking to is supposed to be done, we're not allowed to say, hey, I'm going because my shift's over. We're not allowed to do that. You have to keep on talking. I'm talking about a situation where the business says you can call between 9 to 17. Is that military hours? Well, my experience is like, it was like Melanie's. We worked in 24-hour call centers. And most nights I did not go home at my specified time. And a couple of those were really long calls. Okay, military time. 9 in the morning till 5 in the evening. They have the same problem though, depending on how long the call ends up going. If it doesn't go fast and you end up going overtime, they can't leave. They can't just say, oh, time to go, bye. Didn't work that way. There's one job I really hated. I try not to do that if there's a set time. But I have to admit there have been a few times when something happened and it was like a couple minutes and I'm like, geez, I wonder if I can get through. And I've done that to people. Not, I hated it when people did it to me, but sometimes it does happen. Hi, Funky. You're here to chew bubble gum and kick some writing horse. And I'm all out of bubble gum. Well, that sucks. Guess you're gonna have to kick some writing horse. Greg was asking me about the overlay you made. Everybody likes it, so you did a great job. Oh man, I don't know. I made dinner. I don't normally do this. So I made dinner and I put it in the crock pot. And I turned the crock pot on. The only problem is I didn't plug the crock pot in. So guess what? It didn't go. So I just got it now. And it's chilly and it's giving my stomach havoc. Greg asks, are you out of arse still? Honky says, good, I'm glad. And Melanie says, I'm back with numbs. No bragging. And Funky's here. My arse is indeed out, Greg. One thing you can always guarantee is when Funky arrives, the party starts. No doubt about it. Tony says, oh, I'm sure I'll have my own regrets later. What are you eating? I know the chili is not sitting too well in my stomach. So what are you eating? I don't know what Chipotle serves. Oomph, oomph, oomph. Interesting, Funky. No, a veggie burrito, yuck. I don't like burritos, and then add the veggies. I'm not a veggie person. I had to Google nuns. They look like some kind of vegan nut balls. Yuck. Funky says that's a club beat, Tessa. Well, there you go. I'm 65. Almost. I'm almost there. I haven't stepped foot in a club in a hell of a long time. He was beatboxing again. Okay, I know that term. Gotcha. You guys forget, I'm a lot older than you all are. So there's a lot of stuff I don't understand. Sorry about that, but it's just the way it is. Yeah, I don't like burritos, and I don't like vegetables either, so. Oh, and that other thing sounds terrible. Melanie says, I'm 37 and I can't remember the last time I was in a club. I'm almost twice your age, so. Greg says, you make me feel young, Tessa. I am 40. You are young. Almost half of my age. You guys are all I don't know about Punky. I don't know how old Punky is, but you guys are all about half my age. No, Mel, if I was beatboxing, it would be. I'm not even going to try that one. Yeah, because even when I was married, my ex-husband and I didn't do anything like that, so. Melanie says, Tessa, you're officially my Jersey mama. There you go. Jen and I were talking about the fact that we're like the mother figures of because she's not quite as old as I am, but she's still older than you. And, we said we're like the mothers of the stream. Greg says, when I was 10, I thought 20 was old. When I was 20, I thought 40 was old. You are 64. You are getting very young at my age. 64 is getting young? Oh, because of how old you are. Oh, I get it. I wish I felt young. Funky says, I'm so happy it's Friday tomorrow. I'm not, because that means I have to go to the stupid pain management and do a drug test. Not one of my favorite things to do. Melanie says, oh my God, Funky, me too. Melanie says, I think mid-60s is young. Well, people keep telling me I'm young, but I don't feel young. I feel ancient. My body feels ancient. My body doesn't understand what's going on with it. And people keep telling me, but you're only 64. I said, yeah, but that doesn't stop the problems I'm having. Doesn't matter what my age is. And yeah, not a good Friday. I have to give a drug test. It's not a good Friday. I'm either bursting when I get there and they tell you you have to wait, or you don't have to go. And they're like, hurry up and go. It's like, I can't just time this perfectly. I'm sorry. Greg says it is Friday today. I am from the future. He's got a point. Ow. That hurt. Stupid pump just poked me. Punky says, well, damn, Greg, it's time to party. And Melanie says, I haven't felt young for years. I swear when I turned 28, my short-term memory went flip, flip, flip out the window. Imagine a butterfly going out the window. I understand. And you're still young. So imagine how I feel. My body aches constantly. My foot is really killing me right now. Because he really did a number on it today. I said, you know, I broke my foot and you guys are messing with my ankle and now my ankle hurts. He says, well, we have to build up the whole foot and that includes the ankle. But you're making it hurt. I didn't have ankle pain before. Now I have ankle pain. You know what that is, Tessa? Can't see it. Looks like an oval. Piece of rice? I don't know. I don't know what it is. What is it? Melanie says, here's a fun fact. I had 3 knee surgeries before I was 19. Yow. That sucks. I never broke a bone until I was 64. I'm not doing so well healing either. Melanie says, heck, I don't even know what that is. That's the black jelly bean I saved for you. Oh, well, it's white. But thanks for thinking of me. Greg says, I don't want to hear your unfunny facts. Sit right with me. Oh. Play nice, children, please. Melanie says, oh, that's so sweet, Funky. And sorry, Greg. Play nice. Funky says, there's black on black in the chat window. Well, it's white there, as you can see, so. Melanie says, of course, that was sarcasm. It's not really funny, but it sort of kind of is to me. Funky says, with the glare on one edge. I haven't had black jelly beans in a while. I remember I used to buy them for the kids' Easter baskets. And I used to eat all the black ones. Well, I knew they wouldn't care because none of them like black jelly beans. I don't even think they really care for jelly beans. It got to the point where it was like, why am I buying jelly beans for, the kids don't like them. Melanie says, should we set up for another sprint? I can finish eating in this one and then get the actual work in the next. Funky said, probably wouldn't be a good idea to eat them now anyway. Funky said, works for moi. Okie dokie. "25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we've started. And we're off. Oh, got an itch. I'm not sure why. I don't think chili would do that. It's sprint time. He found a little sprinter. A sprinter. Yep, sprint time. So I'll see you in 24 minutes. Alright. I cleaned up a good bit of the kitchen. Not completely, but I got some of it done. Finished the rest of the chili. Stomach's probably going to regret this later. Spicy food this late at night. It'll probably give me trouble. Funky says productivity. Does that mean you got something done? It says finished dinner, now enjoying dessert. I'm definitely going to be lying down early tonight. I finished listening to the rest of the worldwide write-a-thon stuff. It's October 22nd through the 24th, I think. Funky said, yep, got a page or so edited. Cool. I wrote earlier today, like I did a bunch of blog posts earlier today. A bunch of little short stories. The way my appointment was, I didn't really have time to take a nap. But I wasn't really tired anyhow. When I came back, I'm thinking, well, I'm kind of tired. Maybe I should lay down before the stream. And I thought, no, maybe I should just make that chili and get that out of the freezer and get the cans off the counter. And then I started filling out my retirement thing. So, all right. Funky says sometimes it's easier than others. Earlier today, I spent forever on one paragraph. Yeah, sometimes it can be. I know what you mean. And then he says, oh, I meant to tell you, Tessa, that I got through Scott's POV in chapter 1 earlier today, so I'm making progress. Oh, okay. Did I do that? Is that what you wanted me to do? I hope. I tried to follow what I had. Like, there's no times or anything on there anymore. It's just, each person listed as it changed, but there's no times anymore or anything like that. Just a day. So chapter 1 is one day, and chapter 2 was another day. Yes, I noticed that it's probably much easier. Okay, well, that's good. Because I wasn't exactly sure what it was you wanted. So I hoped I was doing it right. And like you said, that prologue seems to be a better start than where I originally started with Scott's point of view. It seems to make more sense now. And Greg got 195 words. Yay! And he said, you did great. Good job. You should be proud. Way to go, Greg, Melanie says. Melanie says, yeah, I really like the new prologue. Somebody gave me that idea. Because I said I was having trouble with, forget what it was. I was having trouble with the POVs, and somebody said to me not to make them the same time. And then all of a sudden I thought, well, wait a minute. What if so I jumped a month ahead to where he actually starts the watching. And it's kind of a little bit creepy there at the start. And then I thought, okay, I think that works out pretty good. Because otherwise, I mean, it wasn't starting. The start was a little off where I started it. And this way, you know why he was there and what he was doing. Funky says, gotta love those breakthrough moments. Like a ray of sunshine shining down. I also find myself not hating Scott as much this time around because we don't know what a womanizer he is yet. I guess it does put that off a little bit longer, doesn't it? Don't worry. You'll have plenty of chances to hate him. Now he says, you are my sunshine. Like it's hinted at, but it's not so, oh my god, this guy's a jerk, you're going to hate him from the get-go. Plus, I changed some of the after parts, so I think they flow a little bit better. And I think, well, I don't want to give it away, but you'll see when you read that I did change some of the storyline up. And I think it works a little bit better. Yeah, book one. I decided to have Melanie edit it for me. It'll probably be the only one because I'm not going to have any money. But I decided to at least get an idea so I know what edits are and what they do and whatnot. Plus, it worked out because I didn't know I had my chapters and my scenes confused. So that was good. Yeah, the infamous book one. The one that's been giving me so much trouble. I'll let Melanie answer that since he's asking her. If she's still here and sees that, will kind of there it is. For a few minutes. I want to eventually do it full time, but I'm taking some time off work in general for a few minutes. I think you need to reread that one. I think that one's a little messed up. No, but you wrote that you're going to take some time off for a few minutes. I, I don't think that's what you meant. I think you're taking longer than a few minutes off of work. Me too. Me too. I hope I can sleep tonight. God. That sounds a lot better. Hi, Dee Dee. How nice to see you. I'm like, do I keep pushing myself and just crash, or do I go to bed now and risk waking up at 1 a.m. and not going back to bed? That would be what I would do. I'd end up falling asleep, getting a couple hours sleep, and then waking up the rest of the night. That's why I'm kind of like, I didn't want to nap. I just wanted to keep going so that hopefully tonight I will sleep. I hope. So here's how messed up my brain is, guys. Seriously. It gets worse. I was listening to a sleep hypnosis track on Spotify at like 4 a.m. this morning. I'm about to fall asleep. Wasn't thinking about anything. And then all of a sudden I'm wide awake going, you forgot to put sour cream on the grocery order. Oh my God. Yes, Tessa, it gets worse. Oh my God. I hate when I get all the way into bed because it really hurts. I'm in a lot of pain, and I just get settled down, and then my blood sugar will drop. The alarm will go off, and I have to get up. Hi, Harlow. Nice to see you. So then I have to get all the way back out of bed, go out to the kitchen, get something to bring my blood sugar back up, get all the way back into bed, and then something else happens. It's like, all right already. Can I just go to sleep? It's like impossible. So I stopped the sleep hypnosis thing and woke up to add the sour cream. Oh, I've done that stupid stuff, like I said. Or I get into bed and I forget to put water in my BiPAP machine, and I have to get up and put water in the BiPAP machine. All kinds of stupid things that I end up doing. And since I couldn't get back into the sleep hypnosis, I figured I'd listen to an audiobook. So I picked Jane Eyre, which I never read, and I listened through the end of chapter 1, and yeah. Well, if you're anything like me, I never make it through the whole chapter. I fall asleep. So then I have to do the whole chapter all over again. Not a good idea to listen to what happened between John Reed and how poorly he treated Jane when it's well past 4 a.m. I know it's been so long since I read that story. I have no idea what happens. I know I woke up at 4 a.m. I went to sleep at 12 and I woke up at 4. And that was the end. And then the 8 arrived at 7. Had some messed up dreams. That is something I always have, is messed up dreams. And I wake up and I'm like, God. Is that real? Did that really happen or did I just dream that? Yeah, like I said, I went to bed at 12 and at 4 o'clock I was awake. And I tried and I tried. And I'm like, no, this isn't happening. Might as well get up and do something. And then the aide showed up at 7. And I didn't even fall asleep on her because normally I fall asleep on her. Melanie says, okay, all this talk about sleep is actually making me tired, so I'm going to go lie down and hope to fall asleep within an hour. Well, I hope it works the way you want it to and that you sleep all night and that you don't wake up in another hour or so and be wide awake. That's the kind of stupid stuff I do. So good night, Melanie. Enjoy your sleep, hopefully. I know I would like to sleep tonight. All right. So I guess we should start another stream. What time is it? 9:20. Oh wow. It's just barely over 2 hours. We still got plenty of time. So we will start another stream. Set the stream timer for 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I didn't realize I turned off the caption. Oh, maybe it turns off when you show a thing. I don't know. Still learning this thing. All right, so we're started. Another sprint. I'm going to mute. Figure out what I'm going to do. I'll see you all back in 24 minutes. Well, I see you guys have been busy in the chat. I'm not going to go back and read all those messages. I kind of just scrolled through them. I see Heather's here, so hello, Heather. Ow. Oh, you two comparing birthdays and watercolors and I don't think I need to read all of that out loud. I read it to myself. Scrolled through it real quick. So did anybody get anything done? Dee Dee's saying hi. And Jenna popped in somewhere around, I guess, the same time as Heather. We didn't actually see who popped in first. Puppy says, my Jenna sense is tingling. I'm just past you guys. I'm a Libra. And I'm hitting 65 this year. Ugh. I was working on the papers. My retirement papers for that small, teeny little pension I'm going to get. Oh, Lord. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I think maybe I will sleep tonight. No, I'm starting to get tired. I know what HDP stands for. I'm not sure what the LO is for. Oh, my ear itches. Well, I suddenly got, yeah. I was like, remember I don't know if you were here when we were talking to Melanie about no sleep. Neither of us got sleep last night. 4 hours of sleep. No naps. And I said, oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. She says, I'm tired. I'm going to bed now. So she left. And I was fine till now. And now I can't stop yawning. Oh, dear. Dee says, I was thinking about sleep during the sprint. Has anyone ever had sleep paralysis? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what that is. I've heard of it. Funky says to Heather, your L didn't show up on Tessa's side. Oh, there was an L? Well, I missed it. Last L didn't go through. Jenna says she had. It's scary. Oh, man, I'm sorry. I do apologize. When it hits hard. I'm trying to think of what exactly is sleep paralysis. He said I had it for the first time last year. Very short nap version. My friends told me it was creepy, but I wasn't ready for it. He says to Jenna, actually getting some writing done. How are you? Jenna said it's been a long time, but it's terrifying because you can't move. I think I've experienced, though to me it's dreams. I'm stuck in a dream and I can't get out of it. I can't move. I can't get out of the dream. The dream just keeps going on. And I know it's kind of probably a dream because the room's not the way it should be. That's about the weirdest thing I've had. Greg says to Dee Dee, is that where you are awake but you cannot move because part of your brain still thinks it is sleeping? I had it once. Jenna says it wasn't the greatest day. We went to the cemetery today for the wall thing. Greg says I would have freaked out had I not known about it. Jenna says you can't even speak. Monkey says sorry to hear that, Jenna. Dee Dee says to Greg, yes, I hope it never happens again. Dee Dee says, yeah, it's no good, Jenna. Jenna says, I think that's basically the last official thing we needed to do. Well, I hope it gives you some peace. When it hits me, it hits me. So if I fall asleep on you, I apologize. This is entirely possible. Exactly. Here's the piece. Jenna says, my brother was supposed to be here this weekend but canceled. We were just going to have dinner, so no big. Funky says, maybe you should go to bed, Tessa. Oh, why? Just because I suddenly got taken over by the sleepies? Oh my God. I hit fast and I hit hard. It was so weird because I was so wide awake because I didn't sleep for the last couple of nights. And no naps during the day, and I was wide awake. And then, bam! Just like that. Well, Melanie did the exact same thing. She was like there, and then all of a sudden it's like, God, I gotta go to bed. Jenna says, I went to breakfast with my sister afterward and hung out. She turned on the news and it depressed me further. Time for 50 minutes of whipping for some whipped coffee. Funky showed me the video last night of the whipped coffee. We tried to figure out how in the world that happened. I got 4 hours of sleep last night, Jen. It was a rough night. I told you part of the story earlier. So it was after 12 before I got to sleep, and by 4 o'clock I was wide awake. Laid there for an hour, finally said, might as well get up. And I was awake, and I knew the aide was coming, and usually I fall asleep on her, and I didn't. I was awake all day, didn't take any naps, and I was really wide awake. till just about 5 minutes ago when, bam, out of nowhere, it hit me. Heather says, Jenna, my brother came to my stream today. It was nice to see him. He's a technical writer for Duke Power. Unky says, yeah, the news is not a good distraction right now. I don't even watch the news anymore. I rely on the people around me because somebody will tell me what's going on. Because I can't stand to watch it. It just upsets me so much. Oh, and I don't know if it's true or not, but my aide said today that she just heard that we all have to get a booster shot in September or October. He said, watch Alone on Netflix. It's fascinating. Jenna says, I never made it to one of your streams. I hate the news right now. Heather says, I'm on at noon Eastern Standard Time. What is it about, Funky? Yeah, they're looking at boosters around the 8-month mark, I think. That's what she was saying. Around September, October. I had mine done in February. So 8 months. I can't add right now. February is the second month. Yeah, around October. Around my birthday. Great. You get to go get a booster shot around my birthday. How wonderful. So yeah, that's what she was telling me today. As I said, somebody's going to tell me what's in the news. I don't have to watch the stupid thing. Because it just depresses me. Jenna says I'm typically working at the time. I don't want another shot. Because the people I've been talking to lately that have been getting them have been getting so sick. So it's like, do I want another one of those shots? Not really. 2 was bad enough. He says they dropped a bunch of survivalists off in the Canadian wilderness and they have to survive on their own for like 100 days. What is that? Oh, you're talking about the show you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. Didn't he do a great job? It's fantastic. It turned out really well. It all lines up nice and it works out really great. I said the only problem would be if I had a whole bunch of people on, like that's going to happen. And if I tried to put them up the right-hand side, that would be a problem. Because the person at the top would be, you wouldn't see. And you could put them along the bottom. You just couldn't put anything, like I have up there right now. You couldn't, or put any messages up there because the people would be down there. But for the most part, this is perfect. Yeah. Oh, and he even had Barrett ask how much he would charge him because he had to see if his budget could stretch because he wants them to do one for him. He liked it so much. Barrett Laurie. He was looking at it yesterday and he's like, I want one of those. He goes, I'll get a hold of Tessa to get your information. So one of these days I may get a contact from him to let you know he would like to have one done. I don't know if he's on Restream or I think he's on StreamYard. I don't. You might have to fix it to be for StreamYard, but I'm sure you could handle that. Jenna says, I see freelancing work in your future, Funky. It's like everybody I told, they're like, oh, wow, it's so good. And then he, like I said, he offered money to have one done. So, hey, maybe. It might happen. Everybody said they love it, so. And I mean, part of it's the background. I mean, you know, if I had a weirder background on there, it may not look the same. So, you know, I think the color combinations, the way they are right now, are really nice. Yeah, we were trying to work with the current layout, which you did so great. I mean, it all lines up so perfectly. Jenna says, how are you at websites? Assuming I start writing again and publishing, I could use a lot of help. Jenna says, I just need to make money again before that. Funky said, I used to design websites back in the day, but I'm out of touch. I used to design websites back in the day, too. A long time ago. And, you know, since then, my mind is just, like, lost it. And we stopped doing it, and technology marched on. And it's like, wouldn't even know how to go about doing it nowadays. I can't even do the simple stuff anymore. I used to be in IT. Go figure. What happened to my brain? I don't know. Oh, my brain on drugs. That's a problem. You know that saying, you know, my brain on drugs? Well, my brain on drugs. That's got to be my problem. Jenna says it looks so clean and professional. Funky says I do a lot of desktop publishing at work, so I have to work with graphics and such. Yeah, well, he... Yeah. You're laughing at me. But, I mean, that is part of my problem. My brain is on too many drugs. But I did used to be in IT, and I did used to be able to design websites, and I was able to write computer programs, and I could do all that stuff, but you wouldn't know it now. Honest to God, I feel like such an idiot. It's like I can't even do anything simple, and I still can't do it. And I used to be able to figure anything out. People would come to me because they couldn't figure out how to use a program or something, or what did they do, how can they fix it. I could do all that stuff. Now, forget it. I just can't do anything. Jenna says, I am dabbling with graphics a bit for books, and it's fun. Heather says, yeah, it looks great for sure. Bucky says, that would be fun, Jenna. There's a lot of people that are starting to do book design. They really seem to enjoy it even more than writing books. I mean, look at Brooke Passmore. She gave up writing in order to do book design, cover design. So she's not the only one. There's a couple people that did that. They decided they liked that better than writing. Well, you saw what I did with Canva, and it was certainly not the best design thing. It wasn't neat. It wasn't, like this is so, it looks professional, whereas mine looked like crap. It was the best I could come up with, but this is great. This is professional looking. It's nice. It works with my background. If I looked for a different background, it may look a little different depending on, what background I ended up choosing, but it works great for this one. Heather said, what? I didn't know that about Brooke Passmore. Yeah, a few months ago, I saw her video. She had several videos. First, she was just interested in it and wasn't writing as much. And then she kind of just said, I might still write for myself, but I want to do covers. And then it kind of went a little bit further to like, I'm not even sure I'm going to write at all. I want to do covers. So yeah, that's what she decided she wanted to do more than writing. Funky says, thanks HDP. It's a mishmash of our current logo and stuff. I mess with different designs, but this looked the cleanest. Yeah, he took my banner art from my YouTube page and then my logo, so it has my actual logo instead of that stupid thing I created. So it has the one that, because I had somebody make that logo for me, and I really liked the logo. It was really nicely done. I liked the logo, and so I liked that I can use it again, because I didn't know how to use it in my little bit of design experience with Canva. I didn't know how to do it. So this was great. I'm happy. Shannon says, I just need to mess around with GIMP and learn that. I have Canva down pretty well. I'm starting to get into Canva now, Heather says. Greg says to Jenna, I can do the simple stuff with GIMP. It has quite the learning curve, but I can do almost everything I care to do in it now. I've never even looked at GIMP. Funky says, those books are actually not your books from your YouTube page. I had to fake it because I couldn't isolate your picture from it. Oh, because somebody asked me that, and I said, you know what? I really don't know. Somebody asked me earlier. They said, are they maybe it was Greg. Are they the actual books that were on the thing? I said, you know what? I don't know. I didn't actually go and look. Well, it worked out great. You couldn't isolate the picture from it. Okay. Because that person who did that put that picture on there. Obviously, the books weren't behind me. He put the picture on there. Well, that answers that question. So if somebody asks me again, I can say for sure, no, they're not the ones from, because I wasn't sure. Jenna says, I just learned to make them for my books, so I'm not great yet. Heather says, someone is supposed to help me with my logo soon. I got mine off of Fiverr. I'm not disappointed in it. I went with the slightly higher price and got 3 different logos sent to me. And I'm glad I did, because the first one he sent, I hated. And I ordered 3. And the second one came, and I said, well, I like this one, but he didn't have the T fully crossed. He left that left side blank, and I didn't like that. So I said, and he sent the third one. I said, well, no, I don't really like the third one at all. I said, okay, so here's the thing. I want the second one, but please cross the T completely. I don't like that left side cut off. So I love the design, and he did a really great job with it. And like I said, I got it on Fiverr. I lucked out. And my banner art, the stuff on my for my videos came from Fiverr as well. Somebody's supposed to help me with my logo soon. Jenna says, I took an online class on book covers that I needed to look at again and work with. It's been a long time. Greg says, I asked whether it was her bookcase in the picture. I thought it was you. Funky says, it's a pretty cool logo. I love it. I think it's great. I mean, it just the whole way it's, the way he originally because I originally gave him my real name because I hadn't decided on a pen name. So that was the other thing he had to change. I said, I hate to do this, but can you change the name? Because I've decided to use a pen name. And the last letter of my real name has an H in it. So it worked the same way as the N. So he could do the exact same thing because I like the way that pen, goes. So that's the way it is. Well, I don't know. Maybe because I know what it says. I didn't see it as that because I know what it says. I don't know. Maybe. I hadn't really thought about it. Yeah, well, like you said, you can see my name in the two things on the right, which are printed out, so you can see clearly that it's not an R. Didn't you create this name, Funky? Which name? Jenna. Yeah, Jenna came from Funky. Though it fits you perfectly. You made a pen name for me back when I should have used it. I remember the Jenna part. What was the other? I don't remember. That was a while ago. Maybe he remembers what it is. I just added Writes Romance, which I want to change some days. But you can, right? You have the capability of changing it if you want. Funky says yes, and my stupid fingers start typing at Jenna, and your name pops up, but for some reason I hit enter before it selects your name. Oh. Oh, cool. Jenna Strickland. You do have it. Jen is your name. Jenna Strickland. That sounds like a romance writer. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you had the ability to change it if you wanted to at any time. Because people are constantly changing their names. It's like trying to figure out who somebody is when they change their name. That is indeed a good one, Jenna Strickland. Yeah, like I said, it sounds like a romance writer. I went for something easy because my name is so difficult. Nobody can pronounce it. Nobody can spell it. And if I had changed it after the divorce, it would be that now. Because that's my maiden name. I got stuck with my married name, which is a horrible name. It costs too much money to change. And all the hassle changing the name on everything. I mean, it's that had been my name for so long. Maybe I'll start using it and start over. There you go. I was reading again. I read it in bits and pieces when I get a chance. I was reading You're Unsettled again today, and I got to the part with just after the Christmas party, and she's with Connor, and whoa, she blows his mind. I don't know what happened after that. I'm like, oh crap, I had to go to my appointment. So I couldn't keep reading to find out what happened. Heather says, I will be writing my book under my complete maiden name, Heather Lynn Dewey. That sounds nice. Mine is Teresa Elizabeth Steen, and Tessa is a nickname for Teresa. So 10 years ago, I took Tessa on when I came online. I've been online for 10 years, blogging. And I took Tessa on because it's a nickname for Teresa. My parents used to call me Tessie, and I said, God, I hate Tessie. But I like Tessa. Sounds more grown up. Tessie sounds like a kid, which I was a kid when they called me that. And of course, Dean's my maiden name. Heather said, I always knew I would do that. Jenna says, I use my real name too, Heather. I didn't see a reason not to at the time. Well, it was funny. We were having a big argument about it, and I said, because Becca C. Smith goes on about how she won't change her name because she's proud of that name and she doesn't want to change it. And I'm thinking, oh, I like that. I think that's really good. I think, I'll keep, my name. It's a good idea. And then I thought, wait a minute. That isn't your name. You borrowed that name when you got married to that idiot. Oh my God, my nephew showed me that they have that book. I wanted to die. The part where she'd been drinking. Yes, they were drinking. They were in her apartment by that time. The party was over. Or maybe it wasn't over, but they were upstairs. And she blurts something out. And I'm like, oh. And then I had to go to my appointment. So I didn't get a chance to go any further than that. That's where I'm at now. There's an urban legend about a creature in Lake Tahoe called Tahoe Tessie. Oh, really? Well, I'm glad I didn't use Tessie then. Like I said, it sounded too childish. I like Tessa. I think it's really, and it goes with Teresa. So that's close. And Dean was my maiden name. So I figured, my name is close. If I wanted to spend the money and go through the hassle of changing my name, I could go back to Dean, but I just can't see doing all that. But as a pen name, I can use anything I want. It doesn't matter. And I've been Tessa for 10 years, so I don't even think twice when people call me that. It was funny. Somebody that I know online asked for my address. She wanted to send me something. And I never even thought about it. And she sent it to, my address with Tessa on it. And my dad's like, who is this? I'm like, well, it's me. It's like, oh, wow. Because I didn't think about it. She sent it to she knew me as Tessa. Everybody that I blog with knows me as Tessa. And everybody on here knows me as Tessa. So. Slight oopsie on her part. Yeah, sounds like a real doozy of an oopsie. Connor is such a gem. Has anyone seen Bridgerton? Don't think so. Heather says, I've been using Heather Dewey Pettit for my business name for several years now. Okay, so it's not normally my fare, but we started it this week and it's really good. I don't watch a lot of TV or movies or anything. I haven't been reading much either. Like I just read a few more pages in Bird by Bird or whatever the heck that's called. I've heard that. I'm trying to watch Dexter like it's a new show and not 12 years old. TV says I watched it. It was pretty good. I'm looking forward to future seasons too. Bucky says can't wait for the real finale of Dexter coming up. Jenna says not family friendly from what I've heard. Funky says no, definitely not. That's why I started to watch it. Because it's not family friendly, you decided to watch it. Jenna says, no, my kid watches some crazy stuff, it's just not with me in the room. It's embarrassing. Funky says, I love the anachronistic way it handles a period romance with POC in prestige roles and classical renditions of modern songs. That's a big word, Funky. I think it flew right over my head into the night. You guys, I am so close to getting affiliate on Twitch because of Kate last night. She rated me and it popped me over. I am so close to hitting affiliate, which is something I didn't want to do. And I don't know whether they're going to give me a hassle with me double streaming because I'm not planning on monetizing. So people think it probably won't be an issue, but it might be an issue. So I might end up having to stop Twitch if that's the case, because I don't want to be an affiliate. But I'm about to hit it. I paid a lot of money for them. Dee said, yeah, I'll just say same. Dee Kitchell's Twitch dollars. Yeah, see, I'm not planning on monetizing. If I hit affiliate, yeah, I can make money, which messes up my whole life. I can't do that. I can't risk getting pushed into another what's the word I want? If I make too much, I'll lose my benefits. So I don't want to monetize. And I don't know if they will make me monetize and then have to not be able to stream dual like I'm doing right now. Kate Kavanaugh. I have no idea why Kate even thought of rating me, because I never thought she ever noticed me, even though I've been a fan of hers for 3 or 4 years now. I didn't think she ever noticed me. And then she rated me yesterday. Well, that just pushed me right over the top. And all I need is to have a steady minimum 3 people per stream for a certain amount of time. And that'll be the last thing I have to hit. So I don't know exactly how that happened. PewDiePie or whatever the hell his name was. That was a fake. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I have to wait and see when it does happen. But I'm real close to hitting it now. Thanks to Kate. Which shocked the heck out of me when I looked up to see all those people flooding into my stream. We talked about large streams, and I had, according to the thing, I had 87 people in here. That was enough to scare the daylights out of me. Jenna says you can send me the money. I don't think it works that way, Jen. It'd be in my name. So sending you the money would not solve my problems. Might solve your problems, but it's not going to solve my problems. Yeah. That chat was nuts, all right. And I got all these people saying, oh, they were so great to meet me, and they love my chat, and this is so great, and I'm going to, subscribe to you. And I'm just like still shaking my head because the people are just piling in. And they're saying all this stuff. I'm like, they've only been here for seconds. How could they possibly know I'm such a great person? It was really, really weird. So yeah, that was crazy. And but like I said, she pushed me like super close to being an affiliate. And I don't know their exact rules. If I decide to be an affiliate and take money from them, I cannot stream dual I would have to have separate streams, and they would have to be at least 24 hours apart. But I don't even have that many people following me from Twitch. Well, I got a lot of people now following me from Twitch. I take that back. I didn't have a lot of people from Twitch following me. But like, I don't see them. It's not like they're here. I thought it was Zara Hoffman because she was the first one that came through. And she's the one that said, oh, no, we're coming from Kate Kavanaugh's, not me. I'm like, oh, okay. Greg says, do you not have a key worker or assistant or someone you could ask legal questions to? There must be a certain amount of money you can make without losing anything. There are limits to what I can make. I don't know the exact limits, and no, I do not have a legal person. But if I go over the limit, I will lose my benefits. And if I lose my benefits, I'm in big trouble. So I'd rather just stay unmonetized. I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to take a chance. It could mess up my assisted living even. I could lose that. Heather said I rated text mystery today during my stream. I wasn't sure what to do with it, but I tried. I think I got another follow for it. Yeah, the first time I did it, it's like, what the heck am I doing? I had to look it up to see what to do. So I've done it a couple times. Well, that's what I'm hoping, that I can just turn down making any money. I just don't want to monetize. And hopefully they'll leave me alone. There is a certain amount you can make. It depends on the state. Exactly. But I am close to the limits. So any extra income could push me over a limit and I'm be shit out of luck. I have enough problems. I don't need that too. All the states are different. In North Carolina, my son had asked me to come down there and live with him. I looked it up. I don't qualify for anything down there. I make too much for anything. I couldn't even get nursing home care down there because things are so low income down there. I make too much. I said, I told him, I said, I can't do it. I said, not with my, I would lose, I would lose everything. So I'm kind of stuck where I'm at. And I'm kind of stuck at the incomes I'm at. I don't know how much I can go over without pushing the limit. They already asked me at my interview if I was making money on the side. So I'm like, no. So I don't need to be lying either. Just put it all in Bitcoin. Why do they make it so hard? So people won't use it. They make it hard to get. I mean, to get on Medicaid was a pain in the ass. And they make it difficult. So you say, oh, God, it's not worth this trouble or this hassle. I'm, not going to do this. And that's what they hope most people will say. But I followed it through and I got it. It hasn't been easy, though. Getting into public housing was a pain. Getting on Medicaid was a pain. Now I'm trying to get into assisted living and it's a pain. So that's why people give up. And that's what they hope to do. They hope you give up and say, oh, this is not worth it. I mean, I'd love to put my books out and see if I can sell them, but, not going to happen. Woman scared me the other day. I called Medicare, and she says, "Oh, your QMB, which is extra help, it's not here this month. They must have taken it away. You better call Medicaid right away and find out what's going on." She had me all upset. And I try and call Medicaid the next day, and I can't get through. I leave a message. I thought, let me call back Medicare and see if I can get somebody else. And I got somebody else. She says, that idiot woman, she was looking at the wrong thing. She was looking at the history. So, of course, there was nothing showing for August, because August isn't finished yet. I'm like, oh, thank God you explained that to me. And then I finally got through the Medicaid and said, I think everything's okay. They said, I can see right here your Medicaid is good until December 2022. Provided nothing changes, of course. Heather says, I never qualified for disability, even though I have several issues. Yeah, I didn't have any problem. I mean, mine is both physical and mental, but I know I hear people all the time tell me they can't get it. I'm like, you can't get it. It shouldn't be that difficult. Greg says maybe you can give Twitch a different name and bank account and make the money go to a loved one or friend, family member. They wouldn't love me for upping their income either, believe me. They'd have to pay taxes on it. Man, not going to be happy about that. That's the other thing. I don't want to get into a tax bracket. I don't pay taxes right now. I don't want to get into a tax bracket. I have to start filing tax returns and paying taxes. You could, in fact, have another person be the owner of your Twitch channel, and you would be like an actor. Heather said, I tried 4 times to apply. I even made it in front of one of those judges, blaring TV game show noise. Thank you for playing, you lose. Wow. Well, I went with a company that had a 99 or 98% success rate. And everything fell into place, both physically and mentally. So I don't know. For me, it was easy. Systems are so broken. And this one, I thought it works out. That sucks. Greg says they wouldn't mind paying more taxes so they make more money. I don't know about where you live, but here, you make more money, you pay more taxes, it's not worth it. And I said I wasn't happy with my taxes last year, adding DoorDash to the mix. I paid so much more for earnings so little. That's the thing. The more you make, the more the taxes are extremely high. So you end up making little. You end up making less than what you should. because of the tax brackets we got. I currently don't have to file and I don't have to pay. I don't make enough. Especially when you hit the next tax bracket. Exactly. Heather said the judge found a really stupid reason to deny. Greg says you don't end up making less. People who say that misunderstand taxes. Greg, you don't live in the USA. Things are different, I'm sure, in your country. But in our country, working overtime costs you money. It's not worth working overtime because it pushes you into a higher tax bracket and they take more out and don't get it back. Jenna said, I had no idea that would affect it with so much in what I paid to have them done. Totally funky, that and having another business to file. Well, that's like, I had a job that they wouldn't take income tax out because it was a part-time job. So they wouldn't take income tax out. And then when it came time, I had to pay taxes on that. I didn't have the money put aside because they wouldn't take it out because it was under a certain amount of money. You didn't take taxes out for that amount of money. My thing was filing paperwork on another home business and paying that much more. Barely made more money doing DoorDash. Yeah, probably similar to the situation I found. I had a part-time job. They didn't take taxes out. And when tax time came around, bam, I got hit. Hit hard. It never works like that where you make less money because you pay more taxes. In the U.S. or elsewhere, it is a progressive system with tax brackets. There's going to be another one where we're going to have to agree to disagree. There's so many different little things that you can do that cause problems. Getting paid weekly as opposed to getting paid getting paid every 2 weeks, etc. Greg said, if you had made an extra $1, you would pay another 50 cents in taxes. There are plenty of people here who would disagree with what you say, Greg. Sorry. Something just banged. Hypothetically, let's say you earn $100K and pay $25K in taxes. and you adjust at the ceiling of the tax bracket. So the next bracket up is 50%. If you had made an extra dollar, you would pay another 50 cents. And it was part of my comment. Mine are a mess anyway, because there's a full-time job and then the self-employment. Oh God, the self-employment, the year we did that, oh God. Many people would disagree and they would be wrong. I did accountancy at school when I was a teenager. Well, I know what I've lived with, and I know what everybody around me lives with, and no, it's not worth working overtime because the government takes it. That's all there is to it. The government takes it. The more you make, the more they take. I really like Alexa Dunn's videos when she talks about taxes for traditional publishing. Are really helpful. Alexa Dunn has a lot of great videos. They're always changing tax laws here, which is why I pay a lot to have them done. I can't be bothered. I know it ends up being a lot, but I love my tax guys. Yeah. I did them occasionally, but most of the time it was just too complicated. Ooh, excuse me. Edie says not that I'll ever get published because I'll never finish a book, but it was informative and terrifying. Rex says if that were true, there would be a revolution. Believe me, I've lived with it for years. Edie says I make my sister too high. I am so glad I don't have to file. I don't know what happens now that I get a pension, though. Because the pension is taxable. But I still make under the amount of money that is taxable. So I don't know if I'm going to have to file or not. I'm nowhere near the amount. What the heck? This thing's my hair sticking out all over the place. Jesus. I gotta get this cut. The 27th. Taxes, schmaxes. Let's talk about waxes. Waxes. I need to find someone here locally who can help me with business and tax stuff. Anything but stupid taxes. Yeah, really. All they do is make everybody mad. It's almost tax time again. And I gotta find out whether or not I have to file for that stupid pension. It's gonna get me a whole $127 a month. Wow. I'm gonna be freaking rich. But I might end up having to file taxes. But I still fall under the tax bracket that I shouldn't have to file. So I don't know how that works. You should write a children's book, Funky. That is a family person at H&R Block, Heather. Been using her for years. Funky says I could certainly put them to sleep. Dee Dee. Heather says maybe I ought to go there. I've gone to H&R Block off and on. 1 year, 2 years, we got a bookkeeper because we had a business. And we went there and had the taxes done. And then we got divorced. Talk about screwing things up. So now we have a business. We've got a divorce. Who's going to file? How could we do this to get the most money? Who's going to claim the kid? I mean, the whole thing was like a total craziness. So the next year, my daughter and I went back to them because we had used them for 2 years. So we ended up, I don't know why, but for some reason, we went to H&R Block, and they always do a thing on your taxes from the year before just to see if you something got missed. And they had filed it wrong, our schooling wrong, and they owed us $1,500 each. So we had to pay $50 to have the tax return amended. But for $1,500, I'll pay $50. Green eggs and Sam. They seem to know what they're doing. I used her uncle before, and she's helped me a ton over the years. She's also watched me cry a lot. Yeah, well, we learned a lesson from using that stupid bookkeeper, because they really screwed us up, so we had to file to get our money back. But thank God we went to H&R Block and they did that. They, go over your taxes from the year before, and it worked out really great. Uncle Sam. Write that children's book. My only problem was how expensive it was. It cost so much. And every single form you have to use costs more. For years, I did them online. I used TaxAct. And it didn't cost me, it was less than $20. Because I had to pay for this. For some reason, you had to pay for the state tax. They wouldn't do that. They would file the state, the federal free and all that. But for the state, you had to pay. But it was less than $20. And I used them for years and years and years. I wrote a children's book for my friend's daughter and photoshopped her picture. And my son into it. How cute. I try to channel my best Neil Gaiman. Genesis, do you use good books for self-employment, Heather? This person I'll find would probably watch me cry a lot. mm. I haven't filed taxes since I went on disability because I don't make enough money. I make pathetic money. Funky says I had Lulu make a print on demand hardcover book. They did a nice job. It looked like a real children's book. I've heard of Lulu. I thought of maybe doing mine and just so I would have a copy. Is doing mine and just, ordering one copy. So I could have something to look at. Dennis says the first year that I got my taxes done, including self-employment, I sobbed. This was so much worse than I thought it would be. My friend, I don't know how, he knew he was smart. And he got a new car every year or every other year and claimed it on the business. And every time he went out to eat, he says, as long as you talk business for a few minutes, you can claim it as a business meal. So he claimed everything. He knew all these things. Now, whether or not they're all legal, I don't know, but he was always doing that kind of stuff. You see, we're still talking about taxes. Breaks out the party noise machine. Sorry. I really don't like thinking about them too much. No, me either. That's why I liked not having a file. But I don't know what this stupid pension's going to do to me. Kitty says I'm going to head out, not because we are talking about taxes. Have a good night, all. Good night, Kitty. Thanks for showing up. See, you ran Dee Dee off. I don't really have much income, to be honest with you, right? Hi, Dee Dee. Funky says. No joy at this moment. Just breaks things down a lot for me when I do. I don't have much income, that's for sure. I make so little I don't even have to file. We're still talking about it. Oh. It's hard to talk about, but I have all this background and experience. But yeah, I make so little I don't have to file. Yep. Oh, no wonder I'm hurting. It's past my pain pill time. Monkey says, I'm sorry to hear that, everyone. uh, but I could, I know, here in Florida. We are such a pathetic bunch. Mm. Oh, and Charlie announced last night that he's not going to be streaming Wednesday nights in about 3 to 4 weeks. So my Wednesday night won't be there anymore. Funky wishes he was a billionaire so he could throw money your way. Hell, that would be nice for me too, since then I could write full time. Ah, and think of all the loopholes you could find. My hubby supports all three of us. And also build a rocket, I guess. Thanks, Monkey. Writing full time. Smile. I think. Looks like a smile. I'd hate not to work write full time. I mean, really have to, because sometimes my mind just doesn't want to write. It's the dream for sure. I better set an alarm. If I don't, I'll wake up tomorrow morning. 8 will be knocking on the door, and I won't be answering it. Because I'll be sleeping. What am I doing? Setting my alarm. Oh, I did set it. 6 a.m. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Say it with a southern accent, Tessa. Say what? I've been told I have a southern accent, a southern New Jersey accent. People keep saying, you have an accent. And so, what are you talking about? I don't live in the South. I live in South Jersey. uh, Sam says, if I was full-time writer right now, I'd be in a lot of trouble. I am already writing full-time and parenting full-time, but it's hard. Monkey says, I'm just glad tomorrow's Friday. Yep, I'm saying it again. This is hard to juggle everything. Shanna says, how old is your kid, Heather? Monkey says, I feel that too. I don't have that much juggle, but I just feel like I have less hours than everybody else. And I know I have the same amount of hours, and I have less responsibilities. But I swear that I don't have it. Luckily, my job is some downtimes during the day, so I can write in between stuff. Wrong school. I don't think any of my jobs had that. No downtime. Oh, and I am almost officially ancient. um, I don't think you're anywhere near my age yet. You don't qualify as ancient. Never either. mm. So, Greg, are you still here? Ugh. My back hurts. Yeah, I know I should call it. I am tired. Heather, 51. I'm 65. You're not ancient. Sorry. Doesn't work. Did you get any more work done on your book? She said she'll be 51 in 2 weeks. Janice, 1971. My kids are 78 and 79. The kids are almost as old as you guys. I can't tell if Funky's saying he's 73 years old or he's born in 73. That's how tired I am. I don't think he's 73. I think he's probably born in 73. Oh my God. Some days I feel like it. Greg, you need to be over 1,500 years old to be ancient? Seriously? Oh my gosh. $1,500. Well, I sometimes feel like that too. Right now, my body hurts so bad. It isn't funny. Funky says 73. Yeah. So you guys are young. Heather says Gen Xers. I'm a baby boomer. Hey, I remember 73 vaguely. In 73, I was a teenager. In 76, I got married. In 78, I had the first baby. In 79, I had the second. 87, I had the third. Now there's all the grandkids. Jenna says, I don't feel ancient, but my body does ache a lot. Greg says, that is what ancient means. It means relating to antiquity. After that, you had the Middle Ages, 500 to 1500. I'm not sure what CE means. After that, the Renaissance, etc. Yeah, I feel ancient sometimes. I feel like I'm at least 100 years old. I know I'm not. Like, this is a big birthday for me because I'm turning 65. But since I've been on disability all this time, it's not a big difference. It's not like I'm going to be retiring and going on, you know. So it's really not a big difference. All I remember from the 70s is watching the original Star Trek and Batman. That's not age, though. Funky says to Greg, you're showing your accountant's mind now. Heather says, but after a day of parenting my kid without assistance when my hubby is working 12-hour shift, these special needs. That's hard work, Heather. Yeah, I can only imagine. None of my children were special needs. Heather says, sorry, I'm betting tonight. Greg says, Funky, I am a history nerd, besides many other things, for better or worse. Well, we all got our little quirks and things. I was a computer nerd until I lost my brain to drugs. This is my brain on drugs. Jeez. My He says, yeah, I'm sure you're exhausted at the end of the day. And he says, it's okay. That's what we're here for. Oh, monkey, what is that? Heather says people don't know what it's like unless they also have a family member with special needs. No, I don't know what it's like. Is that an egg in a pan? I can't even see. I just see a white dot. Well, that emoji didn't show in the chat again. The brain on drugs ad? Is that what it is? Anna says my nephew has special needs, and I felt bad for my sister being a single mom with him. I help, but I'm only 10 years older than he is, and it was hard. Monkey says I started typing colon and then egg, and that was actually in the list. And this is your brain on drugs. Okay, I can barely see it now. And this is your brain. Looks like the same thing. Shannon says I got an invite on Upwork. Will this be the job that turns everything around for me? Let's hope so. Funky says, and this is your brain on drugs. It is so hard on single parents, to Janet. I was a single parent for a little while. A few years. Janet said, I always told her then I have it so much easier than she did. My daughter is pretty great. Greg says, this is an emoji. My brain is my head. Last time I checked. Oh. Well, my brain is on drugs, and those drugs are saying, go to bed. So I guess I need to say, this is Greg's brain. I love that. Greg says in my head, Bunky says, go to bed, Tessa. I'm going. All right, you guys. I haven't done Upwork. Are they just as bad as Reedsy with the emails? I gotta end the stream, guys, because I can even go to bed. And I need a pain pill before I can even walk to my bed. Jenna loves Upwork. Have a great Friday, everyone. Yep, same here, all of you. I've heard some editors say Read C is terrible. I've done well when there isn't stuff clouding my brain, and a great weekend. Yep, sounds great, guys. I gotta go. Jenna says, you love Upwork? I should check them out. I can use the cash. Greg Inks says, I should check them out. Heather says, maybe I should look at Upwork. Greg Inks says, bye, Tessa. Lucky says, bye. Jenna says, I am a ghostwriter there. Okay. I have to tuck the girl in bed before I go to bed. She says, well. Okay. Good night. Nighty-night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I'll see you sometime soon, I'm sure. Bye now.